Alright, we'll try that again. Slight interruption of the stream. Because my recordings, they're like 40 gigabytes, and the audio is actually the largest part. The video is like 4 gigabytes. The audio is freaking crazy because I had it on PCM. I'm gonna switch it to FLAC as a suggestion of my friend. But all right, I will do my intro once again. Here we go. So, hello everybody. Welcome to another stream. And today I'm going to be working on my stream overlay and adding some database stuff to it. Let me make sure my stream's still good. I think I ended up basically starting to stream, which is kind of annoying. Even though Twitch I have the setting on for it to wait like 3 minutes or whatever before creating a new thing. Whatever, it's fine. I'm not. Okay, let me start the overlay. That would be a good start. I do need to log in. Connect to Twitch. Oh. Okay, now I can stop that. Also, we did get another follow. Thank you for the follow. Alright, so now we've did our authentication. See, the nice thing about using a WebSocket for connecting with the chat means I can make a bunch of things that connect. So if I bring up OBS and bring up my test chat 2000, is that what I called it? Or just chat 2000 TM. There we go. So let's see. I want to make this. I want to put it up in that corner. So let's do a little bit of styling. So this is chat. Okay. Let's see. We can do, I think, position absolute, top 0 and right 0. I can CSS right. And then if I refresh the source, yeah, okay, so now it's up there. We'll give it a few pixels of space. Is this automatically reloading, or did I turn that off? I turn that off. Let's see. See, I can hardly see how this looks, so I guess I can open in browser. Let me open a new Chrome window. Actually, I think I have it here. There we go. Switch between Chrome profiles here. Okay. Alright, so now I have 3 chats showing there, but yeah. I'm going to hide this one so we can just see this. So anytime there's a chat message, I should be getting it, but I did not. So something went wrong. Oh, I didn't actually start the overlay. Pixel Replays, welcome. First time chatter as well. Thank you for the follow earlier too. How's it going? It is going good. I usually use a webcam, but I'm feeling kind of sick today, so I'm going to replace it with this little guy. Of course. Yeah. That's fine. You're all good? Yeah. I cannot tell what any of these are. Inspire icon. There we go. I'm going to enlarge in this guy and just put him right here where my webcam usually is. So my overlay so far is just the chat. So you can actually kind of see it. It makes your text your color, which needs to be changed. What are you working on? I'm working on my Twitch overlay. I guess you can't really see it because of the other overlay. So that's... This is how it's supposed to look in the corner here if I was just browsing a page, but I need to fix the text and stuff. So I need to color separately, need to color the username and the message. So let's see, I can probably do some more crazy wacky stuff, but hey, Matt Bird's Quest, thanks for the lurk. I don't think my shout out thing is working right. I'm just curious, but do you use LLMs at all for coding? I do occasionally. It depends on the project as well. For something like this, I will probably heavily use it. But for the sake of my sanity, I'll, probably use a lot of the API reference. And then if I'm like lost or something, I'll pull up the LLM. It's of course better to know what the code it's generating. Yeah. Yeah, usually I'll just end up using like pieces of what it generates rather than or like incorporating its idea into my code, but not like really just taking my whole code and be like, here, and then be like, I don't know what it's doing anymore. And yeah, I try not to do that. It very much depends though. My falling sand simulation project, I've pretty much been trying to refuse to use AI at all for that. Just because I really don't want to like lose motivation on the project, and I don't want the code to become a mess or more of a mess than it already is. So let's see. Where do I have shoutouts? Here we go. So shoutouts aren't working right, I don't think. Shoutout user, here we go. So I don't think you're able to have a message after the shoutout. If I do send message to chat, I think you can announcement. I don't know the slash command. Yeah. Oh, just announce. And then this can just be the text that I did. And this would be if message, and then we put that in here. And we just need to do that. I think that's what Matt does. Yeti. Hello. Look, you better have immeasurable hatred for AI like I do. I think I'm slowly leaning more towards disliking it, but at the same time, I feel like it's a useful tool, but you gotta understand how to use it usefully. Like I'm not like a vibe coder, but like if I've like searched on the internet for a while and like can't really find what I'm looking for, I'm just gonna go to the AI and ask it what I'm having a problem with. Because guess what? I don't have anyone I can go ask, and most of those people will be like, go look it up online. That's useful. I just did that for 2 hours. But then the AI will like give you a solution, whether it's good or not. But like most of the time, by that point, you're just looking for anything, and usually by then it gives you something, or it gives you a path or some sources that you can look at, and you finally find your answer. AI is fine for questions, I guess. Use it for that because Google is useless now. Yeah, that's true. But like to have it write some code for me is a little bit of a gray area. But like again, I don't use it as much to like write code for me, more just like give me ideas on how I can write my code. I'm using Gemini to code a game at the moment. Let me know how that works. I I do want to try the whole vibe coding thing just for the fun of it, but I just don't have a project idea to do that with. It needs to be something that isn't too abstract, because the AI kind of struggles with that, and I struggle with that. So yeah, I mean, I think it's great for having a conversation about ideas. Yeah, it is. It is useful there as well. I mean, it is. ChatGPT is mainly built for chatting, so okay, so if I do um me Yeti. All right. If I stop this and restart, Yeti, if you say something, does it shout you out properly now? Okay. Interesting. I don't think that worked. um Interesting. Handle shout out. I think that I need database to persist some of that. Also, is there something you want a shout out message to be? Do you not need a shout out? I don't know if you do streaming or not. If you want to try it out for a second, I'm trying to make it multiplayer too. All right, let's see. Hold on. Let me see what this says. I'm trying to make sure it's not gonna dox me. Continue apps you trust. That's fine. All right, we're good. So you want to do multiplayer? Enter friend's ID. Let me fix that real quick. Okay. Take your time. Is AI the one who decided to put like 3 statements on one line? I have so many Chrome tabs open. Oh, this status connection lost. Please refresh, you mean? So like if I do shout out, that seems to work. Apparently I don't follow you, Yeti. Okay, so if I do it, that works. So something's not right. Why is it not doing the shout out? I'm gonna start making a text editor right now because I feel like it. You do that. You go get that text editor. You gonna do any of that fancy syntax highlighting or anything? Also, are you gonna make it in your programming language that you made, or? I feel like C would be better because I want it to be user extensible. Ah, that's fair. Okay, so shout out. Is there some sort of like weird sanitization that's going on? So if there could also be a permission error. Let's see, subscribe. I need to find. Okay, so there's get chatters. We're going to duplicate this tab so I can chat. Can we do send chat? Sends an announcement to the broadcaster's chat room. Okay, so there's a separate command or API for that. Send chat announcement message. Send a shout out. Okay, so it's a separate API endpoint. Channel shout out create. Okay. I see. So you can't just send the slash command. We have to do a post request. And same for the announcement. Alright, so we need a post to this. Send the shout out to the specified broadcaster. Typically, you send shoutouts when you or one of your moderators notice another broadcaster in your chat. The other broadcaster is coming up in conversation or after they raid your broadcast. Twitch's shout out feature is a great way for you to show support. may send a shout out once every 2 minutes. They may send the same broadcaster shout out once every 60 minutes. So I need to implement that rate limit. To receive notifications when a shout out is sent or received, subscribe to the channel shout out create and channel shout out receive subscription types. I don't need that. Well, I guess if I receive, includes cooldown periods, indicate when the broadcaster may send another shout out without exceeding the input endpoints rate limit. Okay. User access token that includes moderator managed shoutout scope. So we need to reauthorize with another scope. Let's see. Twitch auth. Nope. Here we go. Where do I have the scopes? Here we go. Moderator read followers, moderator manage shoutouts, and then while I'm here, send an announcement, moderator manage announcements. And then I'm going to re-authenticate this. Can I just copy the goddamn link? My goodness. Connect with Twitch. Authorize. Cool. Bring up OBS again. Make sure I'm still playing Stream Beats. Okay. Okay. And we don't need this. Index. Okay, so now we have the proper scopes. So to send a shout out, send a message to chat. Let's see. I should probably just make a function to send post request the URL and the data. So then I can just put this in here. Empty promise. Unused function. Let's see. So send a post request to the URL and JSON stringify the data. We'll call this the body. And then this can just use this. So send post request to this URL with this data. I don't need to do all of this. Then because I'm returning that, promise response. Yeah. Then we can append this to the end here. Then I can easily make other functions. So auto shout out user. Handle chat command, auto shout message, shout out user, handle auto shout out. So we can do this, and then we need send a shout out. So we need this. From broadcaster ID, so that's me. Request query parameters. Interesting. So these are query parameters. That's an interesting. So go ahead and do this. Send post request. To broadcaster ID. What is moderator ID? The ID of the broadcaster or a user that is one of the broadcaster's moderators. Okay. No, I didn't want to do that. Moderator ID, so basically just my ID again. So we need this. There's not supposed to be a quote there. Then the to broadcaster ID, so we need not the username, but the user ID. So handle auto shout out, chatter username. Do we get the chatter user ID? Oh, I guess we need the username and the user ID. User ID. And this is a string. We can put the user ID in here. There is no body. So event, we're going to need to console.log event. Shoutout user const user ID. Probably better that we use the user IDs. So if we start this, if I just do test, let's see, shout out. Oh, because I can't shout myself out. Can someone send a message in the chat? I just need to know what the... Well, actually, I can just look at this. Receive test from Insper. Chatter user ID. Okay, yeah. Never mind. Mies Yeti, welcome. I got what I needed. I was looking for this. So my chatter user ID. Yeah, okay. So we got that. So we don't need to log this. I should probably use user IDs for things because people can, you know, change their usernames and things kind of break. But that's an issue for later. Okay, so I don't know why this use URL parameters. Okay, so function shoutout user, so send message to chat. Did I get some sort of error? Too many requests. The broadcaster may not give another shout to the specified streamer. Yeah, okay, so that seems to have worked. There's just an error, so I need to actually handle that. So we don't want to send a message. And then we need to copy this. And then go back to here. So we need to send an announcement. So this, query parameters and request body. Okay. So we need two things. So I'm going to copy this. So broadcaster and moderator ID, those are just my IDs. Console log data, send post request, and then the body. The body is the message and the color. We're just going to leave color blank. We just want the message. And then we can get rid of that. So we stop that and then rerun. Alright. So Yeti, if you can send a message again and... No, that's not what I wanted. limited to 500 characters. One announcement may be sent every 2 seconds. Cool. Yeti says hi. There we go. And then we probably got, you know, rate limited by this. Yeah. Too many requests. Yeah, the shout out. Oh, that actually crashed it this time? What? Or this... The announcement crashed it, I think. Unexpected JSON. Response body, none. Oh. No. Okay, so neither of these... BRB? Alright. See you in a bit. I have so many logs. Why goodness. So message hi. Error, too many requests. Unexpected JSON. So the announcement is not JSON. So really what I need to do though is like response.status code. Popping in for a few before bed. Okay. What are you working on? I finally got the shoutouts and announcement to work, I think. So if you send a message now, it should auto shout you out. Although it will crash because sending an announcement is not JSON, which I guess I should fix that. But there you go. Yeah. I found out that you can't just send a message with the slash command. It's a separate API endpoint. And there's also scopes, which maybe sending the slash command works if you have the correct scopes, but yeah. It should have sent the announcement as well, but it doesn't look like it did. Was it? Yeah. Let's see. It sent the announcement earlier when Yeti said hi. Scopes are annoying. Yeah. So it gave you the shout out, but it didn't send the announcement. I'm going to remove this. Scopes tripped me up a ton of times. Yeah, that's fair. This is probably a response text, maybe? We'll try that. It'll probably... I don't know why it didn't send the announcement there. It didn't seem... What was the rate limit on announcements? Like 2 seconds? One announcement may be sent every 2 seconds. So there's no way I got rate limited. Interesting. We're gonna have to keep an eye on that, I suppose. Also, keeping the shoutouts data in the database. Can I enlarge this a tiny bit? There we go. Layout 1 updated. Okay. So today I want to mainly focus on getting a database set up. So, shout out user expected 3 arguments. Oh, if there's a channel raid, I see. Raid event from broadcaster username. Raid event. I'm going to guess that it's from broadcaster user ID. Chatter user ID. I assume that's what it is. I do probably need to start using the user ID more because usernames can change, but let's see. Yeah, that should be good. Lots of overlay crashes. And then getting... I'm gonna close that. Getting this, the chat set up and working. Oh yeah. So I need to make the username the color, but the message... So that would be in here. Inner text. I could also just insert inner HTML. Can I append child? This is where I would document create element again. So we'll copy this line. Chat message user name element. We'll make a span. This is where I want to add the color. Okay, that's weird. Let's see, do this, add the style, and then we want to append this element, and then chat message dot append child. Oh, we also need to set the inner text. Inner text equals data username. I guess we could, no, I wanted to copy that. Username element and then message element. We don't need a style on that. We're going to classless.add message content. We'll go ahead and do this. Message username. That way we can style them accordingly. Message content is the only one that we would actually style though. I think classes are dot message content, and then color will just say dark slate gray, just so I know that that's actually working. Message and then this is the inner text. And then we want to append this. There are probably errors in here somewhere. So if we go back to here and just reload. Okay, so that is working. Much better. Chat 200. So how does... We'll just make this black. If I bring up my overlay, if I hide this one and bring up mine, and then refresh, does that look better? Or do I need to make the text color not wheat, white? I also should make the background color of this probably a little bit less harsh on the red. That's a little bit better. I can also probably move it just a tad bit away from the corner. Pixel replays, welcome back. Okay, if you want to try now, theoretically it should be fixed. Alright. Hey, my chat's working. Here's my ID. Cool. So multiplayer, enter friend ID, and connect. So what is this game about and how do I use the controls? I don't see... Okay, there we go. Okay, so you can only go forward and backward. I see. Okay. Shoot the zombies. I'm assuming these are zombies. I'm really bad at navigating games like this. I feel like controlling the... Oh, did I run out of ammo or something? Yeah. Ah. Welcome back, Yeti. I'm very bad at controlling these. I feel like having, like, it goes in the direction of your cursor might be a little easier. Just for me, at least. Maybe, like, an option for it, because I'm sure there are people who have their preferences. I'm just also really bad at video games, so... Gotta find me some ammo. Oh. Also, knowing which way is the front of the tank would probably be kind of useful to know. I'm assuming these are tanks. Yeah, knowing which way is the front of the tank and turning based on the cursor direction might be useful. Ah, almost died. Get out of here. Alright, I'm doing pretty well. Oh my. Not anymore. Oh my goodness. There's a lot of... I'm assuming these are zombies or something. Hey, no fair. You can walk over the building. Ah, I'm being surrounded. What? Okay. I am going to get back to but yeah, works okay. Yeah, that's pretty good. I it is fun. Could use, some improvements, but yeah. All right, message content. Is this complaining because it's never used? Yeah. Well, joke's on you, it is. You just don't know about it. I've actually gotten used to navigating in this way, but yeah, I should make a few changes. Yeah, I mean, if you're used, there are. I've played a few like tank games, kind of. I've played another tank game that was kind of like this. Um, it had the same controls as well, but just for me, I don't know how to do it. But like the friend I was playing with was like expert level at it. Like I don't freaking know. They just knew how to, navigate around. But like me, that's just I can't navigate with that control. So like if there's an option to switch between them, so that way you can keep the way you like it, but then there's people that need it the other way, or yeah, just having some options would probably be nice. Right, yeah, understandable. Like for me, I don't think I would continue playing the game just because I feel like it's hard to use the controls personally, but maybe I can get used to them, but like I was struggling a lot there. And the other thing is I think that might help a lot too is knowing what the front of the tank is, cuz yeah, that I kind of lose track of that pretty easily, so okay, so the announcement worked with Yeti. Obviously, the shout out didn't. That's interesting. Alright, where am I logging? Console log, socket message, payload. I don't want that. Sorry, Yeti. The test subject for the announcements. Alright, so then we don't get as much nonsense in the console. It's a little easier to follow what's going on. Alright, so database time. Yay. I think JetBrains has like a database thing in here. Yeah. So it's easy to like create one and stuff. What database should I use though? There's so many options. Probably SQLite, maybe? I don't know if that's too advanced. You're surprised that it works as well as it does? That's fair. It works quite well. I think I saw like the zombie. I'm assuming it's like kind of zombies or something. Um, the zombie was going over the building. I don't think it was supposed to do that, but you know. Oh, I should add some more commands here first. Where's my handle command stuff? Send post request. Handle chat command. Here we go. This can use some work, definitely. Yeah, they speed up around, and they aren't supposed to be going over the building, I think. They do that sometimes because they're spawning on the buildings. Ah, I see. So you need to do some spawn checking. So there's ping, lurk, sand, and reset. We'll do website. Lurk, I would like to do some more stuff with. Send message to chat. User is website. That's not right. Thanks for trying. Twitter is also not right. Oh, I need to also break. Let's see. Should I add a Discord command? Discord's on my website, so just move the gun closer to the front of the tank. That's fair enough, yeah. I feel like maybe like a colored line or something on the back or the front. Just some way to indicate which way it's oriented, possibly. But I guess if the gun is closer to the front, that might also help. What other commands do I need? Oh, I wanted to test the reset command, which doesn't do anything right now, but if I send reset, what is this? Is sent true drop reason. Okay. Reset doesn't do anything. Anyway, no one else should be able to send that. Another thing I wanted to do is probably some message filtering. Just filter, undesirable words. Although I don't care that much right now. Okay, so we have this. I guess the problem is the height of this doesn't really stay the same. I need to keep an eye on the music. Cool. So that's not visible because it's a white screen, but yeah. Okay. Node.js database library. Let's see. Oh, there's another thing I want to do, which was making my admin panel UI. Which I could easily do. So test HTML should probably go in here. So new HTML file. I don't want to call it admin panel just because admin's kind of lame. I think Matt calls his a remote or something, like the remote control. I guess it's like a dashboard. Which will probably be about the same as this. Stream dashboard. Just that I'll also have. I do, yeah. Another thing I want to be able to do is the WebSocket. Sending requests once in a while to get the viewers. So another thing, I don't know why these are not tabbed. There we go. So the chat goes there. We can remove this. We call this the dashboard trademark. Yeah, there we go. Hey, see, it gives you the announcement this time. I don't know why it crashed when it gave you the shout out, but then couldn't give you the announcement. Although it isn't used as much, in my mind, a dashboard is something that has dials and meters like a car. For me, a remote or a controller has buttons. That's true. I can always rename this later. I mean, I'm not really putting buttons on here very much. I can use Twitch's buttons just fine. It's just like some of the data I can't see that I want to see. So you have the chat. I don't know why this is. And then viewers. Probably want to also have like a list of the events. Controller is a generic term and code though. There. I could call it the I mean, it's not that hard to rename. It's just in two places. Okay, chat. Viewers and events. Chat is kind of all in its own world. And then I can open. Oh, that's nice. Didn't realize you could. Built-in browser. Enable browser. The embedded browser support is suspended. The system restricts embedded browser from running with the sandbox enabled. Oh my goodness. Are you sure you want to exit? Terminate. Controller's generic term. You should call it remote control in Spanish. I'm not gonna try and pronounce that. Since this restarted, I can actually close that now because it's not dependent on. I do need the database set up, but we'll. So if I built-in preview, there we go. That's nice. I should just do that then. That makes life so much easier than switching all the way over to here. Oh, I guess if I need to inspect element, maybe. Then I'm gonna have to open it in there, but just as like a preview, this is fine. How do I refresh? So on load, fetch chat buffer. On event listeners. This should be doing this on load. But it's not. Can you not refresh the sandbox browser? Doesn't look like it. That's kind of annoying. I have a solution to that. So we probably want to make this a bit smaller. So it does reload. It just doesn't reload. Oh, I don't have the overlay started. That's why. There we go. So if I just make an edit to this, it'll refresh automatically. So I don't need to do that. Alright, so dashboard, let's see, viewers. Background color light gray. We'll just deal with that for now. We can make the chat font size a bit smaller. So I don't need it to be that large. So now I need to make a socket. So I need to make a set interval that calls socket send. Let's see, we want some sort of fetch viewers. Gotta ask it nicely. Okay, so we're getting that. Probably not spam every 2 seconds, probably. I should get a, yeah. Every 2 seconds is probably too much. We probably need to look at what the Twitch API has to say about getting chatters. So get the list of users that are connected to the broadcaster's chat session. There is a delay between when users join and leave the chat when the list is updated. To determine whether a user is a moderator or VIP, use get moderators and get VIPs endpoints. You can check the roles of up to 100 users. We already have this scope. So we just do a get request with query. And then this is our body. I have mine doing every 5 minutes. Yeah, that's fair. Just for testing purposes. So what I'm gonna do is just copy this. Broadcaster ID, ID of the broadcaster's list of chatters you want to get. So it's me. Moderator ID, that's also just my ID. The maximum number of items to return per page in the response. Minimum page size is 1 item per page and max is 1000. Default is 100. I mean, I don't think I'm going to have more than 100 viewers anytime soon, so. After the cursor used to get the next page of results, pagination object. Okay, we don't need that or that, so we just need those two fields. And then we get the response of data object list. The list of users that are connected to the broadcaster's chat room. The list is empty if there are no users. Okay. So you get the user ID, the user login, the username. So just some basic information. Don't need anything else. That's fine. I do not care about these other than the total, but I can just get the length of this. Although I guess probably using total is probably better actually, because this, if I get over 100 views, then yeah. I should probably also handle response codes for these things, but for now, just do a get request. So in here, I have this send post request. We'll do function send get request. URL string. We'll do that. We're gonna need all of that. So we want the URL, we want get, we need the authorization, there's no body. And then I can take this back. I need to get clipboard history working. And then we'll type this promise response. Man, I could do async bullshit, but I don't want to deal with it because it means making more things async than I wish to, and yeah. So where do on message? So if parse type is fetch viewers, I think that's what I called it. Yeah. I'm gonna move these up here then. Then we want to send a get request to here. Oh my. Okay, fine. I'll just recopy it because I moved stuff. There we go. And then I need my broadcaster ID, which can be found literally anywhere in here. Broadcaster ID. Put that on a new line because it's kind of long. Dot thin response, console log response, response dot json dot then, and then we want to ws dot send json stringify chat message buffer. No. Viewers, and we'll just send it the data. We'll go ahead and stop and restart that. So then on here, socket.add event listener viewers. Not sure what this was thinking. We can console.log event. Cool. So we got some data. Response unauthorized. Interesting. Unauthorized. So let's see. Moderator read shatter scope. We've got that. So we're getting 401 unauthorized, yeah. The ID and the moderator ID must match the user ID and the access token. The authorization header is required and must contain a user access token. Moderator read chatters. I'm pretty sure I've got that scope. Access token is not valid. The client ID specified in the client ID header does not match the client ID specified in the token. It is possible that because I moved these up here that they don't have access to these values. No, that's fine. Authorization and client ID. Yeah, that's fine. Access token, client ID. So if I go to Twitch auth. Oh, I have read followers. I don't have read chatters. Yeah, I need this to be freaking readable somehow. Scopes equals a list string array scopes dot join with a space just do this so it's easier to track these because it's starting to get kind of long now. Alright, so run the current file. Can I not copy this link? Stupid. Connect to Twitch, authorize, and then we can stop Twitch auth. I guess we should stop the other one too. Okay. That should work a little bit better now that we actually have the right scope. I had to read the other read one. The read followers. I thought I already had read. That's probably was mistaken. Okay, so 200 so we don't get it again. Rate limit, status text okay, headers, body use restricted. Oh, what? Oh, this is console logging our actual data here. I don't want to do this because it's just nonsense in here. So on here, I can't actually read the console output, so I'm going to have to open this in my Chrome window. I want to open in my other Chrome window. So if I set this to every 10 seconds, and then I can hopefully in 10 seconds get this. Yes, data. And then I can see all the people viewing. Very good. Total viewers 8. So we can go ahead and set that there. Oh man, it cleared it. Damn it. How dare you? Okay. Event, JSON parse, event data. I don't think you need to JSON parse it. Not in the case of this, at least. Okay. So, what do you complain? Oh, this isn't TypeScript, that's why. I don't think this is right. I think it's supposed to end in here. So case viewers. There we go. Update viewers div with event.data. And then, oh, I don't want my Twitch up. Okay. So, function update viewers. Want the data. Don't want a breakpoint. Please open the thing. So we probably want get document by element by ID. Viewers dot inner text. And then data dot. Oh my god, what are you doing? Alright, get chatters, we get data. Okay. Data user ID, username. So data dot map. Yeah, map. User dot user underscore name. They really love their underscores. Let's see. And then join by a dash for now, because I need to add new lines. So if I save that, we should then see a list of people who are viewing pop up here. Yes. Inspur, Ko-Fi, Streambot, Mapbird Quest. I'm not gonna list them all, but the order of it shifts around. But okay, so we want to do 60 seconds. We'll do every 2 minutes for now. We probably want to do this on load. Okay, please don't be a pain. There we go. That way it fetches it on load. Except it didn't. Interesting. I should make the background color like dark gray. I really like there we go. That way I can actually see stuff a little better. Dark mode is that necessary dark mode. Alright, so why is this not sending on start? I guess oh, this might be sending way before the socket actually is connected. So we'll just do it here. There we go. Okay. So let's see. Const users divs, and then we want to do this, return first let's do this. New div, create element div, new div username, and return new div. Then append use divs, HTML div object. Append interesting. Why can I not append? Where did my cursor go? Thank you. Append object HTML div element. Inserts a set of node objects or a string objects after the last child element. I guess we don't really want to append because every time this runs, it's gonna add. Let's see, HTML, JavaScript, set div children to list of set in HTML, append child, new container elements. Container.empty. Seems like it's a jQuery thing. So inner HTML equals nothing. Append child. So I can't use replace children. Array of new children. Replace children. Okay, so why am I getting object? HTML div element. Data map for each user. I also want these all on new lines, so really it's not divs that I want. So I go to here, I can reload, div undefined. Interesting. Viewers. Alright, this is one of those I'm just gonna ask the fucking AI, cause, yeah. New chat. There we go. I don't know why that had formatting on it. So then I'm just going and getting this as the output. Is rendering like this. How can I fix this? We'll see what it has to tell me. Oh, it expects them as if his real children. Ah. Frickin' JavaScript. There we go. Why is it? I don't know why it's doing this. Can I just ignore? I don't know. Okay. So we can see the viewers. I probably want to change the background color of this. That's a bit better, so I can actually read the text. Okay, thank you, my friend. You helped me, sort of. Why am I hearing an ad? I'm gonna freaking copyright striked on Twitch. Where the hell is that ad playing? What? Did YouTube start? Why the hell is YouTube? Stop. Alright. We should be fine now. Let's see. Alright, now I can see this again. Cool. And this should update every 2 minutes, which is fine. Another thing I want to add is... So there's the viewers. We'll do div. Move that into here, and then we do another div id view count. So then what we want to do is no longer log this. Document get element by ID, not chat. I don't know what the fuck you think you're doing, please. Inner text equals let's see, data dot count. Let's see. Reference total. We get total, not count. Okay, so we get the total. Okay, so now we can see how many people are viewing. Although some of these are bots, so they don't actually count. We should get rid of stream elements. I guess I always know stream elements and stream bot are gonna be watching. So -2. I don't think I actually count as a viewer either. I don't think. I could be wrong, but I don't think the bots count. Love the order is just random every time. I guess what I could do... dot sort A, B. A dot user name is less than B dot user name. And then it'll always be sorted by alphabetically. Okay, so there is to determine whether user is a moderator or VIP. Okay. I don't care all that much. Anything else that I should be getting? I don't think so. So we got send announcement, send shout out, send chat message. Okay. We'll close that one. Event sub. I don't think there's any events that I want to subscribe to at the moment. Um, Other than like stuff like follows and stuff and interacting with the overlay more, but that's for later. Oh, I can actually check what's playing right here. So, Node.js database. I don't think I want to do like. All right, we're gonna open this up and then Twitch chat stuff. I think. Well, actually, I'll just create a new conversation. It's fine. So I'm just gonna ask it about like what databases options are out there. I don't want to use JSON. That's kind of a little yucky, I feel, but maybe JSON's just fine. I am making a Twitch overlay. And here is the back end. And if I can spell right. I would like to store information related to each chatter. So later I can add more information when I add and other interactions actions to the overlay. I guess I didn't finish my thing. I'll wait for this to. What kind of database options are out there and what might work best for this project? I don't want anything super complex, but don't want to use JSON. There we go. Looking at your Twitch overlay backend, you have several good database options that would fit well with your thing. SQLite. Best overall choice for your project. Single file database, no server setup, great for local development and simple development, which is all this. Better SQLite 3. I guess people say sequel. Ugh. Zero configuration acid transactions. What the fuck does that mean? SQL queries. I don't really want to do queries, but okay. So something local and single file and easy to set up is good. Something like SQLite. However, I would like to be able to add what kinds of databases have easy migration. There's another thought I had. So what kind of databases will work well for the constant evolution of this? Um and also just being able to set up locally. I don't want to deal with Docker. I don't need to deal with that. Document based storage, still great with migration strategy. Okay, so recommended for flexibility. DuckDB. Single file like SQLite. Excellent schema flexibility. Supports adding columns easily. More flexible data types. JSON arrays, nested structures. Great performance for analysis. I don't need like super fast performance, millions of queries per second, or whatever the hell. I just like I'm not gonna have any of this. Is I'm only gonna store like maybe 20 different rows. uh, embedded NoSQL options. Yeah, so I'm looking for flexibility. I don't want to deal with the whole migration thing because I gotta write a whole thing to migrate. I guess it's not a huge deal, but like if I'm developing, I'd rather just be able to like run a simple thing and be like add a column rather than I guess maybe migration's not that bad. It looks like it's about the same. Alter table, channers, add column points. So like I don't want like honestly I don't really care all that much. I just need to be able to. So this is creating the table, user ID, username, message. So you need to up the version value. Alter table. Alter table chatters, add column, points, integer default 0. Okay, so this is the column name. And this is just, okay, so I guess migrating's not that hard then. Okay, so it seems migrating SQLite isn't that hard or complex. I'll stick with SQLite. Very good. Oh, I accidentally muted my music. My bad. Hopefully it's not too quiet either. I'll turn it up just a tiny bit. Alright, so this is gonna write a bunch of code. We're probably gonna want to start moving to multi-file then. Chatter database, oh my. Run migrations. Migrations. Alright, this is like massively oh, I'm attaching to OBS. Let me scroll. Okay. Do we have like version history? Create the tables. Chatters, chat messages. I don't want to be storing chat messages. I don't need to do that. Insert or update chatter. Okay. I clicked a button that I didn't mean to click. So import statement, this is the default TypeScript syntax. Alternate import styles. Now you can use a database, create a table, insert a user. Better because it's faster and has better API than the original SQL package. Better performance. Okay. We'll probably end up using that then. So let me go ahead and shove this tab back into Chrome. Go here. So Node.js, SQLite 3. We want better SQLite 3. Install it. And then, okay, so to get started with it, import database, create a table. Okay, let's start simple. Create a single table with user ID, username, trying to think. If I was to add like game stuff, maybe, I don't know. I want to make that. Oh, I had an idea for like interaction. So me and my sister made this board game when we were younger, and at least back then it was quite fun. I need to find it in the instructions so I can try and implement it into my overlay and make it so that people can play the game. I think that would be pretty fun. For now, sent. I then want to be able to create a new user if they aren't already in the database. I also want to be able to increment the message sent messages sent value for a specific user. I don't think I'm gonna keep track of messages sent, but as a starting point, it's pretty good. Because I don't know what else to do. I also want to be able to increment the messages sent value for a specific user. I think that's a good starting point. Man, I am hungry. Oh yeah, I should install the types. Might be a good idea. Alright, that's a lot of code just for those simple, Okay, so there's a bit of testing. Usage in your Twitch bot. Chat message event, handle chat message. User ID, chat message event, chatter user ID. Chatter's DB handle. Okay, so handle. Try to create user first will fail silently if they exist. Yeti, welcome. Affiliate win. I must be the first subscriber. I'm actually pretty close, I think. This stream just needs... I need to... Actually, let me look. I think I can just show the page. So, after the stream, I'll have streamed for 4 different days. That's pretty easy. I have the followers. Assuming this stream gets 3 average viewers, then I guess it'll be another day. But if I do stream overnight as well, and I'm getting 3 average viewers on the stream, I think it'll count as 2 different days. So, if I can just keep up the viewers, for another... It's 1 p.m., so you got a few hours. But yeah. So pretty close. But yeah, it's a struggle, I think. My last overlay stream is where I got these two, so the last stream I did, which was doing the streaming the Xbox showcase, that did not do very well, but it was also like an odd stream just out of the blue, so increment message count. This dot increment message dot run. Chatters set messages sent equal messages sent where user ID equals mystery. Interesting. So you can prepare statements ahead of time. Like this. And then you can call it later and pass it the user ID. You can also do math. So are you able to pass multiple parameters? Say like I wanted to add a specific amount, like if I had XP. Okay, so what? Say I had an XP column and wanted to add a custom amount of, if I can type, amount of XP to a specific user. Multiple statements are straightforward. So it'll add the XP. And then it'll update the prepares. Interesting. Okay, and then it'll update this, add XP, and increment message. This is actually pretty cool. Just watching it write the code and okay, so you can just add multiple arguments. So I'm waiting for this to finish so I can see how it works. Because it couldn't just give me like a simple example, I guess, but I'll let it do its thing. Here we go. This is all I wanted. Parameter order matters. So prepare set XP plus. Okay. The question mark placeholders are automatically escaped, so you never have to worry about SQL injection attacks. Well, luckily we're not storing user input yet, so okay. There's a lot of code just for no user found, added XP, catch an error. Okay, I might as well just copy this then. Initialize database, create table if not exists, prepare statements. That seems kind of useless. Probably want to actually prepare the statements and prepare statements. But for now, database. Oh, my stream overlay crashed. Yeti, oh, you crashed my overlay. So when it gives a shout out, JSON parse. So we're getting an error here. Okay, so when it successfully shouts out, it crashes. This is not JSON. I'm just gonna console log the response then. This is some interesting music. Since both of these seem to be causing annoying ass issues, we're just going to do this. Alright, so pasted this in. Let's see. Refactor, run tools, reformat file. Okay, that's not readable whatsoever. Not sure why it did that. Username not null. And then we gotta actually look at what this stuff's doing and probably yoink out most of the code because I don't really care that much. Messages sent, default 0. So this is probably complaining, no data sources are configured to run this SQL, configure data source. Okay, leave me alone. Make this a bit bigger. Make this smaller. Okay, so we're gonna name this overlay database, I guess. And then databases, SQLite. And we want to name this overlay SQLite. I'll just call it DB. And we can actually inspect the database here, which is nice. I'm gonna close these. Oh, we can also write queries in here manually. So like I can run this. Yeah, there we go. Chatter. There we go. We got our table. So we can see our columns, keys, indexes. Then inserting a user. Inserting a chatter's user ID 1234. Username. Test. Test. I think that's how you do a string. And I can run that. Run. I should be able to... and view the structure of the database. Can I actually view the contents of it? I think I can. Edit data. There we go. Now we can see the data in here. This will be actually quite useful for debugging and stuff. I'm just going to leave this here. But yeah, now I can actually see the data in here. I think I can also just edit the data. So that's pretty nice. Alright, so this is completing... SQL dialect is not configured. Oh, it's because of function names, probably. Cool. And then we can see all the things we've done. Alright, so we've got a database. I just need to actually read all this code and figure out I should probably also use git. I guess once I get the database working, I can use git to overlay db. overlay.sqlite. There we go. Why is this being weird? Okay. Let's just delete all of these and try again. Refactor. This is like complaining about that. New database, data source, SQLite. Overlay. Okay. There we go. It should appear in here somewhere. Alright, what do we got going on in here? So create table if not exists chatters. Yeah, we'll just call it chatters. It's fine. I'm not gonna keep track of messages sent. Increment messages, don't care. DB is used for before initialization. So these all need to be moved into here. This dot insert user. What are you doing? Come on, please. Import statement. Oh, unknown array. Unknown array. Unknown. Statement bind parameters extends unknown array. Bind parameters result. I see. So insert user. That's just more error checking I gotta do. Alright. Statement unknown. So this takes two parameters. I'm guessing statement bind parameters unknown array. How can I type this? How can I type this so it's easier to remember? Wow, I cannot motherfucking type. Remember how to use it. I still cannot type. The length limit of this chat, try shorten your message. What are you talking about? What? Fine, just make a new chat. Multi-line with consistent indentation. With parameter. How can... Fucking wish I could use the other chat, which I don't know why it's not working. How can I type the repair values using SQLite? Better SQLite 3 statement type. Alright, named parameters. Okay. At name. Alright, I'm just gonna look at the fucking documentation. Do they have anything about the TypeScript? Okay, so we have this at types slash this. Okay, this is not that useful either. Probably better to use named, so at username and at ID. So statement, let's just go here. Bind parameters extends unknown. Then if I this dot update username. Okay, yeah, there we go. Now we know what the parameters are. No, that's not what I wanted to do. Okay, there we go. So one param 0 string. There we go. That's how we can type it. But if we're also using the named, then we probably just want to expect an object so I can like it's probably better to just do this. Expect. I cannot spell username ID. That seems a little. It's a little more clear that that's what it is, without having to rely on this. So insert user has user ID and username. And doesn't return anything. I don't know why it was so hard to figure that out. My goodness. Okay, so user ID. I don't think user ID. We should keep it consistent. And then this is x null. This dot update username. So set username where user. So if the username of someone changes, I guess. Insert user. So create a user ID, username, 0 messages sent. We are getting rid of messages sent. Or no. So we'll copy this. So statement where the user ID and the XP, which is a number, set this to null. This is also like a function apparently, I think, or the name of a function. This dot add XP. Oh, we should also name these XP user ID. This I can remove. What is this complaining about? Oh, because I renamed it. See, this is why I wanted to make sure I could type this properly. Then we can copy. No. Add XP and messages. Okay, we don't need that one, actually. Set XP and messages sent. Yeah, we don't care. Get user, so we can get a user and their details. Select star from chatters, where user ID equals user ID. And we'll copy this. And we only need the user ID. And then this dot get user. Alright, why are these complaining? Duplicate identifier. Yeah, there's a function. Insert user statement. Oh no. This let's see, statements. Yeah, that's probably better. So if I do private statements equals this. Fuck. Put this in here. Although I can't type them now, though, can I? This is expected value. So I probably need interface statements equals this. Statements is type statement. Statements. Then each of these is just the typing. There we go. And then these don't need to be typed. Because we already typed them, basically. Comma. This is a bit weird, but you know what? It's fine. Actually, statements can just... No, we'll do that, because we don't need to cause more problems for myself. There, now we don't have duplicate identifiers. And it's a little more clear that these are specifically statements. The chat or AI's code isn't that great, and I'm not even that much through it. Okay, so we prepared the statements. So we have private statements, which is, yeah. Create a symbol table with the XP column, get rid of that. Initialize database. We probably want to add some sort of like migration as well. Prepare statements. That's a little bit better. Migrations to do. Then we have our statements. We prepare the statements. Create user. The start statements that insert user. And the problem is it might be null. There's just a bunch more error checking that I have to do. Create a new user. Increment message count. I'm going to call this update XP. And the XP and the user ID. I guess let's not do this. They shouldn't be null. Um, so you don't want this to be... Darn TypeScript. Because it can be null. But I'd rather that just fail. That's why I have a try catch. I could do something dumb like check. And it returns T. So then if statement is null, throw new error, statement not else just return. And you just do check. Object is possibly well, not anymore. So I do this if statement is null. So how do I get this stupid TypeScript to recognize that? Let's see, this dot check. I see, because this has null in it. But so we can do that just to satisfy it, I guess. But like if it is null, it'll be checked. It's kind of cringe, but if it works, it works. Okay. It does make it longer as well, but and we should probably make this private. Statement is null. Right, because it's returning T. Can I, like, or the null off of it? Maybe it's easier to set statements to statements or null. But the problem is then... Design problems. Yeah, we can just do that. Is that all I needed? Tell it or null. Okay, that's all I needed. That's a little bit better then. Because now it knows, like, okay. So it shouldn't be null. It sucks to have to do that, but... Because it makes it longer, but... Yeah, well... Maybe I can find a better way to... deal with it. I mean, this code is already really nasty anyways, so... we don't need that. Handle user message. We're not gonna do that. I guess, well, maybe. I guess if... No, because I can deal with the things myself. Being like, okay, attempt to create user. Okay, add whatever. Make sure to update the username. Just do all this. Update username. This wants the user ID and the username. Updated username. I mean, people don't change their usernames that often, right? Return true. I guess this isn't right. Catch error. Guess we probably want that. So just be void. Probably don't need all this logging either. Like if I want to log that it was, then I can. So we need to this dot check add XP. If the changes no user found with ID, I guess if we're always going to run create user, then it's probably not a good idea to constantly run. But then again, that's probably the same as just checking, does the user exist? No? Okay, we'll create. Does the user exist? Yes. Okay, do nothing. So it's like, okay, well, we could constantly just try to create a user. It's probably bad behavior, actually, to try and constantly create. So you could do is get user. Then this needs user ID. this dot statements dot get user console error getting user. We're gonna not do that because if you can't get the user, then you just return null. Let's see, interface. We're actually gonna write this up here. Interface user, which will equal the user ID, which is a string, the username, which is a string, and the XP, which is a number. Then get user returns user. We should also be able to, we can add more queries later, but being able to do more queries and stuff. Username. And then down here, update username, update XP, handle message, get user, returns a user or null. User undefined. Does it error or does it return undefined? Because if it throws an error, that's kind of annoying, maybe. Because if it just returns undefined, then we can just say, yeah. Alright, we don't need handle. This is just an example. Get all users. I don't think I need to do that at all. Close the database connection. Get rid of some of these comments. Create and export the database. So we call this ChattersDB. Alright, overlay DB, we'll go down here. Integration with your existing chat handler. Handle chat message. Don't care. Example usage and testing. So I should be able to run just this file and stuff should happen. So we get our overlay DB. Oh, this is trying to do local. We'll try that again. Okay, so we get an error. Increment message count. Update XP. Database initialized with chatters table. Doesn't look like it. Create table if not exist chatters. Oh, I need to reload this. That's why. Edit data. Can I not edit data? Oh, the table. Okay, there we go. So it looks like it did work. So we should have created 2 users. User already exists. So if I overlay gb dot get user 123 const user equals, so log user run that. So user ID, username, XP50. Prepared statement ready. Okay, so we do get a user. So if I do an undefined user like 12, we just get undefined. Okay. So if there's an error for some reason, we get an error, and otherwise we get it just will return undefined to us. Interesting. So yeah, it's undefined. That's fine. Okay. Yeah, that works. Okay, so let's remove this. Alright, so we've got our database working. It's probably best to try to get user on the user ID. Const user user or undefined equals this dot get user. If not user, so if user return user already exists. That way we're not trying to create, because we don't want, I don't think it will, but we don't want a case where it ends up overwriting the user data or something by accident. So like if the user already exists, there's no reason to try and create it again. Just if it exists, and just return. So we can just do this. Username user ID already exist. We'll probably get rid of most of these console logs, but for now, yeah. Then to import this guy, overlay DB. Okay, so there's another thing to keep track of, which is the shoutouts and stuff. I'll probably just leave that in memory, maybe. Nah, it should be in the database, because how much this thing will be restarted and crashing while I'm using it. It can be stored in memory, but because the database will be or not the database, but because the overlay stuff will be restarted a whole bunch, should probably not start in memory, just because yeah, restarting the also the other thing I want to do with this is first probably rename it later. I don't really want a timeout because that I also need to do some CSS so that the height is fixed of the chat box up here, and so that it scrolls. I don't care about setting a timeout on the chat messages, honestly. Let's see here. So I can just comment that out, honestly. Let's refresh. As long as chat messages push, so this is handling max chat messages on this side. So this will only display 5 at most. The client side, where are we holding chat message buffer? So chat message, receive chat message. Definitely need to start typing this stuff. Chat message buffer, okay, so we only hold 10 of them at most. And we don't have any timeout on those, which is completely fine. We don't need to store that, we can just leave that in memory. Which I guess that means that only one message is in memory, because no one said anything. Let's see. Okay, so let's start implementing the database. As database. Overlay DB as database. Alright, so handle chat command, shout user handle. Okay, so on chat message, broadcast overlay, chat message event data, buffer 10 messages, handle chat commands, handle auto shout out. So if it's a chat command, that's fine. We probably then want handle chatter XP. And we'll just say event. Really need to type these things, but you know, it's fine. Okay, so db dot create user, which already does a check anyway. Event dot user ID and event dot username. db dot update XP user ID and XP amount. We'll just say you get 10 XP every message you send for some reason. Ow. Okay. Update XP. We also want to db dot update username just in case. Okay, come on. So create user if they don't exist yet. Update their username if it has changed. And update, give them 10 XP. Might want to be able to like change like the operation, whether it's additive or subtractive. For now, that's fine. So handle chatter XP. We'll probably just broadcast overlay and buffering. We can just handle that here. So everything they send, let's see, chat message event. So if I restart the overlay, it should crash for some reason. Insp request is started up from Insp error creating user. Chatters.username. Interesting. Let's try that again. Received message test from insert. Attempt create user undefined. Chat message event data. Sent the wrong value, that's why. Test. Okay, there we go. Attempt to create user Insper. Created new user Insper. Updated username Insper. Added 10 XP. So we should be able to see that in here. I need to refresh. Yeah, there we go. And then if I say hello world again, let's see. Received hello world from Inspur. Attempt to create user Inspur. User Inspur already exists. Updated username Inspur. It's already Inspur. Added 10 XP to user. And if I refresh as I have 20. Let's go. Alright. So if we go to handle chat command and we add a case for XP, send message to chat. Yeah, that's great. So we want db.getUser event.chatter.userid. I don't know why you're doing that. Please don't. And this will be const user info user or undefined, and then we need to probably export interface user. There we go. User undefined. If not user info, just return for now. To do create user. Although technically the user should have already then been created because he would handle the XP, then handle the command. So the user should exist. User should exist. But undefined behavior, kinda. Alright, send message to tat. So user info. So if we do user info dot username as user info dot xp. So let's go ahead and restart that. Then if I do XP, Inspur has 40. I guess I should. XP. XP. Very good, very good. And if I refresh this, yeah. Slowly getting more XP. Oh, I guess 80 XP. Now I have 90. So it's going up twice. Why is it doing that? Oh, because when Inspur bot sends a message, it adds XP. Yikes. I guess I'll get double XP. Because that's not how it's supposed to work. Because when my Inspur bot sends a message, it'll give me XP for that as well. So if I go ahead and Submit. There we go. I can remove and whatnot stuff. All right, there we go. So yeah, I guess you get 10 XP every time you chat for now. I'll probably rename it something else or like do some sort of other like currency or something. At least, yeah, I don't know. It depends on like what I add for the interactions and stuff. It would be nice to be able to have like sort of collectibles or something, or a way to use your XP. I would love to be able to query all users for like XP board or something, or like a query for the top 10 users by XP. And then I could put that on the overlay if I do like a command for showing XP. Alright, things are coming together. I don't know what to do now. I mean, I got a database working. I've got a database working. I've got like a basic XP system that's still kind of it's useless right now, but I guess I could work on the actual like overlay, the like style and stuff. The width is probably a bit much. We'll do 600. How does that look? Look in the refresh it. That's a little bit better. The minimum height. We probably just want to lock the height in to a value. So we'll just say 400. What happens there? Okay, so it's large. Oh, I guess this only does 4 messages or 5 messages at most. But the other problem is I'll just type it. If there is a really long message like this one, then it will cause problems most likely. But that is okay, maybe. Need to do some CSS. So if I put in a really long message, now you can see it kind of, I'm just gonna hide this one so it's easier to work with this. It kind of clips off, and then if I was to send this long message again, yeah, now it's like way falling off. So overflow hidden. Let's start with that. So we can do scroll. That looks horrendous though. That's definitely not what we want. What I want is for these. I want these. I want the alignment of these to be based off this. So we'll open up our friend here. I have a div element with that contains no more than 5 div element here is the CSS for the parent. The problem is that the bottommost div needs to be the one that is fully visible, and I want the top of let's see if that understands what the hell I'm saying. You can achieve this by using display flex with the flex direction column justify content flex end on the parent container. Interesting. Let's try that. So this gave me this. Background color width 600, 400 position, envelope top. Overflow hidden, display flex, column flex end. Alright, that did work. That's pretty much what I wanted. So if I refresh that, yeah. We'll not do gray. See, the problem is now with the text is that, if I have like a white background, then you can't really see the text that well. But maybe that's not really an issue. Man, this code is a mess. But yeah, so I have max chat messages as 5. And I can also work on my dashboard a bit. So we have 5 viewers. I'm pretty sure I don't count as a viewer. But yeah, anything else I want to add to the dashboard? I'm going to do this so I'm not just like, yeah, there we go. Okay, anything else to add to my controller trademark? Trying to think. Maybe the ability to like manage the like XPs and stuff, or like do simple things like sending a message perhaps. So if we go to dashboard, so we can do a button. on click. Socket.send message. And then we also need a input pipe equals text. I forgot how to do an input. Why have I forgotten? Send a message. I would say label. Send message. Then we want to, let's see, ID equals send message input. Content will be document dot get element by ID. Value. I think you can just do like inner text. So if I do send a message, okay, it does not. What is the value to get the document get element by ID send message input? Okay, it's just value. This is just being punk, I guess. It's just value. Interesting. This is just gonna give me a yellow line forever. The pain. Alright, so we can now send a message, almost. I need to go into here. And WebSocket on event. If fetch chat buffers, fetch viewers, if parse type, send message input, send message. Probably overlay clients. We could probably put this down here. So we get send message, and I can do send message to chat parse.data. So if I stop that, restart, and do this, my WebSocket's broken. I'm going to add a button, and on click window.location.reload. Reload. There we go. I can actually reload it now. So if I send message, bad request, missing required parameter message. Oh, I haven't actually been reading content. I think this is supposed to be data. There we go. Yeah, let's go. I can send messages through the controller now. Received. What are these? Message ID, drop reason, null. Interesting. Okay, so we can now send messages from here. I'm going to leave the value that. The other thing I want to do increase that. So probably want this to be about this size, about minimum height. We want this to be just the full heightium. We'll do like 700 pixels. We also do not want create chat message. Get rid of that. We don't want a timeout on these. Another thing that I should do. Socket dot add event listener. Actually, we already have this down here. Socket dot add event listener close. Set interval. We want to try and reopen the socket. Actually, is there like socket dot let's see. Oh, thanks. JavaScript WebSocket attempt to reconnect on close. Unclose on the message. What is going on in this? This dot connect should just remakes the WebSocket. Oh, interesting. Okay. Basically just create a new WebSocket. Let's say every It's not very good. I need this to continue to try connecting, but if it can connect, then like, this is way too massive for what is this doing? Set timeout. Disconnect. If this does not connect, clear timeout, timeout. Interesting. Oh, this is just set timeout. Does this connect? So just, yeah, I see. Attempt reconnect. Okay, well, maybe you gotta do all that bullshit. WebSocket connection lost, trying to reconnect. Oh, we can check if WebSocket's open. And then if it's not equal to open, we will just call attempt reconnect again. And we can console log attempting to reconnect. Make a new socket. I think my keyboard's about to die. There we go. Plug that in. Coolio. Alright, so if the WebSocket let's see, WebSocket equals null. Socket ready state if it closes then socket will just fire this again. So we don't really need this. This is dumb. Socket event listener close. We set socket to null. Set timeout. Set socket again. And then so let's see. If I stop the back end, open this in Chrome. Attempting to reconnect. Okay, so I only tried once. Or I guess this new socket doesn't have all the listeners anymore. I see. Because we need to reapply all the event listeners. So function socket open put socket there. Should be data. Should probably keep these uniform. Just Control X. So message event Socket open, socket on message, so socket open. Socket on message, and then function socket close. We want to do this. We can probably just do that. Apply the listeners in there. Although... then open will apply the other... So if I reload this... Start this. Reload this. So we connect to the socket. Then we stop it. Attempting to reconnect. Connection failed. I guess it would be on air as well. So we'll try this again. Alright, this is kind of frustrating. Alright, so socket. Okay, there we go. And then if I start the server back up, it'll reconnect. And if the server dies, it'll keep trying to attempt. There we go. That's better. That's a lot better. So then this is a little messy. Let's see. We'll just do this. Message close an error. There we go. Socket add listeners. A little bit cleaner. I don't know if I want to put this in the socket open. I mean, I guess it depends on the socket being open. Let interval fetch viewers interval equal null. Then on open, we will do this. Send hello. Fetch viewers interval. Then if we ever get a close, we should clear interval. I will be right back. I got a package and my girlfriend returned home from work, so. Alright, I am back. Okay, so... Alright, so the controller is fine. I need to probably copy this to here so that the overlays and yeah. I don't think I've fucked anything up. No, I don't want to do that. I want to replace. And I'll remove the thing I don't need. So the viewers interval. Update viewers div. Socket message, chat message buffer. We don't need the viewers. There we go. So let's see, I can close that. So if I do that with test, now it should automatically refresh properly. And so if I disconnect the socket, if I restart, nope. Okay, something's fucky. Why is it doing that? That's interesting. Okay, so... Are there like multiple socket connections or something? Oh, if there's an error, I probably want to do this. And then I'll refresh over here. So if I stop this, let it stop for a bit. Let those intervals do their thing for a bit. See if anything kind of breaks or something. If I restart this. Okay. So I think I have multiple socket connections open. I don't understand why. That's not good. Yeah, that's interesting. If there's an error, I need to probably socket close. Make sure that it actually closes. I guess if I do socket close, it's gonna do all this. So refresh that. So if I send test 2, should see that appear on both. If I stop this, let it run a bit. Da, 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 na, na, index.js. Give it a few more seconds and I'll start it. Okay, that's better. It's still doing it over here though. Oh, because I didn't update it on here. Duh. Okay, so I fixed that. So I need to in socket error. What I need to do is just call socket dot close. I don't know what kind of things come through error. I guess if there's just an error in the socket. Let's see. I should do const hide viewers. Maybe I should make a button for that. Oh, actually not in here. Wrong panel. Okay. And here I should do that. Okay, this really wants to be like this. Button on click. Hide show. Why is that spamming? Okay. Hide or I want to be able to hide or show the viewer count, so this shouldn't be a const. Hide viewers equals the opposite of hide viewers. And then we probably want to update viewers div. Hide viewers. True, else username. And this is in the way. Can I do this? Z index -1. Yeah. And this will only do it every time it refreshes. So what I want to do is call fetch viewers. So if I hide or show them, it'll fetch them. Refresh. Perfect. It's not persistent, but if I'm showing the panel, then oh, it is kind of annoying. There we go. Maybe I should make it persistent. I don't know. It's not that important, I don't think. But now everything should be fixed up really good. I should probably write a comment why I'm subtracting 3. -3 because me, Ko-Fi bot, and stream elements bot do not count as viewers. Because, yeah, 3 of us do not count as viewers, unfortunately. I wish. Otherwise, it'd be very easy to get that average viewed. Alright, that's a lot cleaner for the controller and stuff. Let's see. I could probably make this a little better by adding a break. Hide show and BR. I guess this doesn't have to be on a break. Send a message though. That should be. Add an extra break there. I guess send a message should probably go. ID equals send a. I'm gonna put that in there. Move this to below the chat. Let's see. Send a message. That could be below the chat. Send a message. Position absolute. Top 50 plus 600. And rate 50. There we go. That's a little bit better. Obviously, I could do some more like advanced styling stuff for this, but I'm probably going to just make this. I had a lighter gray, 75, 75. There we go. I should make it a bit darker, I think. There we go. I like that. Let's see. View count. Current. Just say viewers. I was just trying to. String. There we go. Alright, now we have a view count. Viewers, background color, width, 500. Probably doesn't need to be that big. Right. Let's see. We could probably make this like 300. And let's see. We'll probably just set the height to something like 300, 400 maybe. Just in case. Just in case. Message content. Alright, things are coming together pretty well. That's pretty good if you ask me. So I can hide and show the viewers, can reload the controller, I can send a message. I guess I should make it if I press enter that it'll send, but yeah. I think you could probably do that if you linked the button with a label maybe. On enter. I think on submit. No. I would probably need to add an event listener. So document dot get element by ID dot add event listener const send message input element add event listener enter. It's not submit. Maybe on key press. So event.code if event.code equals enter. We want to call this nonsense. Add document get element by ED. We don't need to do that. We can just do value. JSON stringify. We're missing a quote. Oh, you know what? Another thing I need to do in here on open, we don't need to do this. We also don't need fetch viewers. Hello from OBS. I'm gonna give these a name. Const client name OBS. Hello from OBS. And then I do the same in here. And then inside open, I'll place the hello message. There we go. And then on here, I'm gonna refresh. There we go. Hello from OBS. And then if I reload controller, we get a hello from controller. Cool. Okay, back to what I was doing. So if I press enter, send the value, and then do this. So if I do test. Okay, so that doesn't do anything still. On key press, add event listener. Oops. Okay. Console.log. No, fucking event.key. Alright, we're opening this in here because, yeah. Reload. Okay, so we're not console logging anything. Do I need to reload? Okay, so this is not doing anything. We're going to ask the AI. JavaScript add event listener to HTML input that fires when the enter key is pressed. Key down, enter. Okay, I don't need all this code. Come on, just give me like a simple on key down if event key is enter. No, still doesn't do anything. So I go to here, reload. Neither enter key does anything. Oh my goodness. Okay. Add event listener. Get element by ID. Using key press still works. This not value. Key down. So why is it not doing anything? Add event listener key down. It's not doing anything. Cannot read properties of null reading add event listener. So for some reason this is null. Send message input. Get element by ID. Document.get element by ID. Okay, so the reason is because it's not able to get this. Allow pasting. Okay, so why is it null here? Is it because this script is before the page is rendered? Yes. Okay. Isn't there a way to tell it? After the document has been parsed, but before firing content loaded. Yeah. This should fix it then. Test. No. No, wrong Chrome. Is it possible to... Because defer didn't work. So the solution is to just move it down here then. Not a huge deal. Cool. So I can send messages from my overlay now, or my controller. I can see the viewers. My goodness. That's a lot of progress, actually. I wish I had done Git properly to see my progress today compared to before. Git ignore. We want to ignore overlay SQLite and which auth. I'm not gonna put this publicly on GitHub or anything, but having just a local Git thing for the history is useful. This is not ignoring .info. Alright. I'm going to take... I should probably take a few minutes of break. I will be right back in, say, 10 minutes. We'll see you all then. Alright, I am back. Okay. Feels nice to have walked around a little bit. I don't know what to do next. I feel like I got a lot done. I should probably use Git and commit this stuff, though. I don't know why it's not ignoring this. Git ignore. Add. It's not even added to Git. Huh. Well, if I add it to Git, then it's not going to ignore it for whatever reason. Obviously node modules. I just won't commit it. You know what? Fuck it, I don't care. Pretty good starting point. Got a database set up. Yo, slash buckling fox. Yes, you are already lurking. I'm getting my overlay set up and my controller. I can like hide and show viewers and send messages. It's going pretty good. Okay. Let's see. Back to this. So I've got a database set up for keeping track of the chatters. So far only you and me have been chatters since I got that database set up. So, I also got an XP system kind of going. Every message you send gives 10 XP. That's it. Nothing else so special. So simple XP system. A controller and OBS overlay. If I can press not the wrong keys, that would be very nice. We'll go ahead and come and push that. I think this is just a local repository. I don't think this has got a remote. I'll commit and push in anyway. Define remote. I do not want to. Alright, fine. I will make a GitHub repository. Probably not authenticated for Git either. So go ahead and make a new repository. We'll just put it up here. Twitch overlay. Private. Don't add any of the files. Define remote. Login, authorize GitHub. Don't tell me I have to do the whole sign in thing. Push. I mean, like, if I'm gonna do that, I might as well just push the other tokens. Why did I log into GitHub again? I just did that. Okay. Twitch console. How's my music doing? It's playing music that it shouldn't now. Why are you playing random ass music? Stop that. You're gonna get my Twitch VOD muted. And copyright striked. Oh my goodness. I think you can put the music on a separate track, but like I want the music to still be there. I just don't want there to be copyright music. Freaking Amazon music. Stupid. Okay. So we got the database set up. I have so many Chrome tabs open right now. Go ahead and refresh this one. Cool. We can do a bit of organization in here. Refactor. Then also rename this to OBS overlay. Thanks. Move and rename overlay. Commit and push. And then OBS. Why do I gotta freaking log into GitHub every time? Why did just leave me logged in? It's not that hard. I should probably like set up Git to be authenticated. I think that's probably why. Okay, so if I properties overlay, so browse source overlay HTML. There we go. Okay. I'm gonna put this back over here. So that when I click on Chrome, it just switches to here. The way I want it to be. Alright, so it ignores fine. Give me the viewers, please. I guess, okay, I should probably fix this. If I'm clicking this button, I should probably only do this if it's hide viewers. Alright, we're gonna make this multi-line. Oh my god, come on. Okay, there we go. So if hide viewers is false, then do socket.send. We're just going to do this. So now if I hide show, oh, but that doesn't recall the function. I see. Okay, so I do need to call it anyway. Never mind that. Okay. Formatting. Alright, so I guess the next thing I should do is probably add like event pop-ups. So like if I get like a new follower or something and just have like a pop-up as like new follower or something. I mean, I do listen for follow events, I believe. Handle chatter XP, notification handle, chat message, raid, and follow. So I guess sending broadcast overlay. So we do broadcast things like raid and follow. We just don't. Oh yeah, adding a credit screen. That would be nice as well. Handle command. So something on my dashboard to add would be great. Why is it doing this now? Run credits. So this would be socket.send. And then on my buttons here, I can click run credits and that'll send it to here. Cool. So then on overlay, if we go to socket message, we could add a case for run credits. Break. Chat. I guess we'll add a div credits. Class. Then we could do dot hidden display none. We already have that. So we have chat. We have credits, which will have some styling, which is to do. So then if I call run credits, actually it's way down here. I should really just do a switch. I don't want to though. If parse.type equals not insert run credits, we'll just turn around and broadcast overlay, run credits, and then we'll just send some database data. Not not implemented yet, but if we go ahead and go to overlay, we also want to set this to 5. No, okay. 10. Alright, so if we get run credits, document get element by ID, we'll get the credits. The const credits element credits element dot class list dot remove hidden credits elements dot inner text equals credits. We'll probably do all the stuff later, because I can do stuff like some more advanced stuff, so I can do like an H1 just says credits for now. So if I reload the overlay here, it doesn't display, but if I do run credits, we get run underscore credits. We did not receive it though, I don't think. So refresh, reload this, run credits, it doesn't show up. Credits element, get element by ID credits, class list remove hidden. Oh, because we're setting inner text. Probably like way in the corner. Reload. Okay, so we're not receiving. So I'm going to open this in Chrome. Reload this, run credits. Message objects. So let's see. Console log. Run credits. Do that. So reload this. Reload this. Run credits. We do not get it. Run credits. Okay, so this is not receiving. Broadcast overlay run credits. Hmm. So we're receiving it. Oh, I didn't restart index though. That's probably why. It's not actually like sending it. Okay, so reload the controller. So if I run credits, there we go. There we go. I forgot I need to actually restart the thing. Err. Alright. So we got that working. Oh, this doesn't seem to be working. Run credits. There we go. It wasn't reloaded. Okay, so now I can run the credits. I guess I need to track data in somewhere. Just like a list of events. I need to keep a list of events. I need to keep a list of events. I do need to persist them in a database because if the overlay crashes or something. I guess what are the events I need to keep track of? So let's see. So we want to keep track of raids and follows. When we get a new follower though, we don't want to display their name in the credits unless they sent a chat message. And the easiest way to tell if they send a chat message is check if they're in my, if they've got some XP, because they will have gotten some XP. I guess another thing is like if you do raid or follow, that should give you some XP. I guess it's kind of a hack, though. You have to be a new follower to get XP. You can't just keep following and unfollowing to get like 100 XP or something. That would be cheating a little bit. Alright, I'm going to move this to here. So we got those. So when I click run credits, it runs the credits. And then we need those things in the credits. So if you raid, you should get some XP. Best viewers. Oh my. Well, you got 10 XP, but how do you moderate messages on here? Wackery, I need your help. Alright, so I also need to make it so if I remove a message or something, it removes it from the overlay. Do I not have admin privileges on my own stream or something? What the heck? Show mod icons. There we go. That's what I was looking for. I don't know why mod icons are hidden. Okay. I do need to make it so message delete events get in here. Also, we also need to probably handle things like that for removing users. Channel chat message. I think there's probably other events we need to subscribe to. Alright, so broadcast event to the overlay. Socket message payload event. Follow event. We'll probably just send that. Okay, so if we get a raid, send message to chat. Shout out user. Yeah, that's fine. Let's see. Shout out user and handle chatter XP. Alright, what's handle chatter XP. Probably just give some XP. Let's see. Here we go. Database update XP rate event. From broadcaster user ID. You get 1,000 XP for rating. Shout out user. I don't think we want to do that when we shout out. Shout user doesn't need a message or a username. Function make announcement message. I don't know, I didn't catch this earlier. Make announcement with that. So shout out user update XP. Probably send make announcement. There you go. I guess the thing to keep track of is how many raids a user has done to the stream. So it's a migration to make. To do update chatter entry increment raids count in database for chatter. If someone follows DB attempt to create a user follower event probably user ID. I guess I can just look at the follow event sub reference. events. Subscription. Specified channel receives a follow. Message read followers. Notification payload. So this is the follower. Oops. Yeah, event follower. Really need to make some types. Interface. Follower. Event. String. Broadcaster user ID. Yes, it's just user ID, not follower user ID. Create user, username, user underscore name. I can put the underscore in the right place. There we go. So we want to create user if they don't exist. And then db.update. I mean, I guess we don't really need to store the username. If we just store user IDs, we can always fetch the username when we have user ID, I think. Follow event dot user ID. I'll give you 100 XP for following. Now, I can't really test this, let's see. Also, to do add event to credits. We can also do Make announcement? Probably not. Nah. We're not going to display that someone their name when they get a follow. It'll just be new follower. Also, no, this is just constant key. We don't need a return. New no follower. Oh, that follow event is the only one that I have made a type for. I really need to do some cleaning up here. Handle chatter XP. My brain is thinking. Alright, so if you go to do all this, I guess now, same with the raid. We'll make an announcement that we get a raid and shout out the user. Why is this highlighted? Is it just because it's been null checked? Unused parameter. Okay, so I guess I need to add other types so I know what I'm doing. So we need a chat message event and a raid event. Right, chat not message. The payload is kind of large. Shared chat message. Interesting. Oh yeah, we can get events when chat messages are deleted. Oh, we know to remove one. Alright, so this is what I need to copy. String. There we go. I'm guessing cheer reply. So we can do type chat message fragment. So chat message fragment. This is going to be a fragment array. Go ahead and get rid of all these quotes. And I'm just going to leave these as null because I don't actually know what their type's supposed to be. We'll do type chat message badge. So you get set ID, which is a string. You get the ID, which is a string. And you get info, which is a string. So this is a badge array. Alright, and then we need the raid event. Bucket message handler. Probably just want to send the event. Message event, so channel or chat message event. Raid event and follow event. don't think we ever use socket message outside of that. It doesn't look like it. It starts with. You could probably just do handle chat command and then do this check inside. Chat. Unused function. What are you talking about? If event does not start with return. There we go, that's why. I love to get a command thing set up. I guess I could probably start on that. I don't know how I would do it. Or how I would go about it. Probably do some like class-based stuff. So like class command handler. I'll just call it that. Constructor. I don't know what you're doing. Do we have static commands is so you're like a base command. Okay, so we do have override, protected read-only, parent structure gets static scissor, abstract. Okay, so base command, abstract test, run. Oh, what a mess I've just gotten myself into. I doubt this works, but then if we have shit's getting weird here. Commands equal or push command. This dot commands. Or I guess I'm trying to think. Anytime I construct a new command, it should add itself into the array of commands, so I don't have to do it manually. This is a question for the AI. I'm gonna do like base command array class. I'm guessing this is some TypeScript stuff that you're allowed to do. No, we're not doing asynchronous. Alright, so let's ask our friend the AI here. I have the following code. Whenever I extend a class off of base command, I would like an instance of the extended class to be added into the commands array automatically without me having to manually write it every time. This way I cannot forget to add it. Is this possible? Oh my. I'm sorry, what? I don't mind doing that. Are you really allowed to do this? There's some Java shenanigans right here. Holy moly. I love it. Hold on. So if I run this, registered commands 2. Holy shiitake mushrooms. I feel like there's gonna be a way that this doesn't work still. Alright, so these are required to have an abstract name. No, not caps lock. Oh. Okay, so they can. But I don't need it to, so. But then to just, oh, I don't want this command to be working or to be added right now. Done. Registered command. Instance.name. So if I run this, all right. Oh, because for each object dot entries. Okay. Of values. There we go. Registered command demo, another command, registered commands. Oh, there's no length. That would just be object values dot length. There we go. That's pretty nice, if you ask me. So if we do commands, and then we just make a new TypeScript, we'll call this base command. I mean, that's pretty much all that's needed. So then if we create a new thing, new TypeScript file, we'll just call it, lurk. Why do you do that? There we go. Register command. So you have the base command. That's because it's default. There we go. And then we can just use the name as the thing. So when you execute this, we probably want to be able to pass a way for us to do some basic Twitch stuff. Alert command executed. Okay. Get rid of that. So if we do handle command, what we can do is then probably want to send the event, which is chat message event, and the args. Ugh, I'm getting Discord bot vibes. I remember doing this kind of stuff. So import commands. Cannot find module commands dot slash. What do you mean? Should I make this capital, I guess, for some reason? Oh, because I have it here. Because I was messing around. We'll just leave it as lowercase c. So back down to here, execute. We'll take event. String array. Then lurk needs to be updated. But yeah, we're gonna need a way to be able to like send message and stuff, which I could just export these functions for now. So lurk import this. Then we can take the lurk command. The other thing to do, we did this somewhere else. Handle shoutout, has own property. So, if commands dot has own property of command, then we'll do the command. And we will return, because it means we have a command handler for it now. So lurk will do this. So if I stop index and run, we should get a crash. Invalid auth token. Did my thing expire already? My goodness. Twitch OAuth. We'll go ahead and run that, I guess. Create a new token. Index. Try again. Okay, there we go. Okay, so if I do lurk, Inspire is lurking, but I don't actually know if that came from receives command lurk with args. I don't know where this log is coming from. Received message, Inspire is lurking. So I guess I need to console.log received lurk command inside new command system. We'll go ahead and restart. Not lurk, but this. So if I go ahead and type lurk, received message from Inspire, received lurk command args. Okay, so I did not end up in here. Is no commands replace. So command. Receive command alert. So I want to log commands, I guess. Oh, this isn't actually saying. They just registered any of the commands. Do I need to import the command as well? I do. I guess it's another way to disable them, but I guess that's weird. Well, it's not weird, but like, it's kind of annoying. Import. I guess, actually, I could do something really stupid and dumb. For every file in here, import. For every file in the directory, import. Doing some weird cringe stuff. I don't want to do all that. Main file, so recommended approach, index file method. Import commands. Like, I just need to import. Then import from the directory. Oh, actually, you can do that. Index ts. Oh. Index ts file in the commands directory, but I don't want to do that. Dynamic imports with Node.js runtime. I don't want this to be async. We need this. Okay, there we go. Registered command. Move all commands. I'm actually going to move this to here. Where did you import FS? So that way when I just import this, it imports them with it. Because I don't actually need them, I don't need to access them, I just need the register command function to run within each of them. Dir name dot slash. Wrong file. There we go. So you should see register command lurk. Then if I type lurk, yes, now we can see that we received but if I type something else like ping, I shouldn't get anything. Yeah. I should still get a response, but alright. That's pretty good. I'm proud of that one. Alright, so now I'm gonna move all the commands over to the new thing. But that should clean this up a lot. So we make ping sand what are you trying to do? No. New. So, if we do lurk, we can basically copy this, paste, and we can do ping command, ping. We probably make this more automatic if we can get the name of this. I don't know if I'd go that far though. Also in lurk, let's remove this console log. Then ping. Website, if I can spell correct, website. I feel like some of these commands could probably be collapsed into something. Like it could probably do something like simple command and then like it's just a fall through, it just passes like the commands or the args. It reads the first argument as a command. It just has like a switch like this. It's like these could all probably just go in, you know, one thing realistically, but like more like complicated commands like maybe XP or something. But, you know, for now, I don't care that much. Alright, so XP does all this. User info users. We're going to need to import the database, which we've done. Website. That's pretty simple. Sand. And we have lurk. And then I should be able to this is where we can do our fall through for now. That's not a command. And then we ended up writing more lines of code, but they're all separate into different files. That's a lot easier to follow. And like, I don't ever have to mess with this ever again. Probably. To add a command. I just add a command. So in stop index, where is the error? Is complaining about data. Cancel. Get out of here. Let's run index. So lurk, ping, sand, website, and XP. Cool. So we should be able to do lurk. And spurs lurking. Sand. Ping. XP. 520 XP. Oh, and website. I did get rid of reset. There's not a command. Something I could do is also make it... I wonder if there's a way I can make it so I can just specify like a permission level. I'm trying to think about some stuff. I need to figure out what this is. And where I'm console logging to get that. Session welcome, send message to chat, subscribe to events. I need to figure out where this stupid log is coming from. Session keep alive. Is it coming from, like... one of these? Send message to chat. Yo, Matt Bird's Quest, welcome. You wake up from your short sleep. I guess it's short. Yes, now you have 10 XP for your first chat message since I got XP working. You did sleep? Very good. Man, I've made a lot of progress actually since... I need to refresh that. That doesn't auto refresh. So I've got my controller kind of working. Except for 5 hours. Oh my, it's been that long? Yikes. I can show and hide the viewers. I can reload this page. I can send a message. Maybe 6. Except for 6 hours. I've been streaming for 6 hours and 45 minutes, so... maybe? I mean, I guess you only tuned in the very early beginning, so... I can run the credits, although that just makes it show the word credits there. I don't actually keep track of anything for that. But yeah, my controller is pretty good right now. I also have a database set up. All that it tracks is XP. And you just get 10 XP every time you send a chat message. If you raid, you get 1,000 XP, and if you follow, you get 100 XP. I do need to make a check in there though, so that people don't like constantly follow and unfollow just to keep getting 100 XP. So maybe something in here I need to add is like is follower or something, or is following. At least when you're initially created, and then if you follow, it'll make sure to update that. I also had a command system going, and it's kind of, I think it's kind of sexy, honestly. Like, all I have to do is write this. Some cringe TypeScript thing, I think. I don't know if this is supported in actual JavaScript, but man, is this total Java right here. But all I have to do is if I extend the base command class and make the command, all I have to do is put this register command thing in, and it just works. It's so good. Well, I do have to import the files, but I just have this. Does that dynamically at start time or runtime when base commands imported. I need to import base command anyway to index so I can access the list of commands, but when this register command thing's called, it'll add it to the array. But yeah, it should work. I think I got all the commands migrated to it except the reset command, although I don't know what the reset command was supposed to do because it didn't do anything, so I do need to move all these types somewhere. But yeah, I was trying to figure out what I should do next. I should probably capture these things in like a Twitch class. To probably do like, make sure I'm typing everything. Can I do this Twitch credentials? Ah. Okay, let's see. Actually, if I make these static, will it... Static... Okay, no. We will just put these here. We want the constructor. And then I want to just move these functions. Like send get request. And then send post request. Overlay clients. Chat message buffer. Let's see. Send message to chat. Let's see. Put my ID right here. That way I'm not just copy and pasting that value everywhere. Alright, so send message to chat. let's see, const. We can export const Twitch. And then, let's see. Go to that, send message, twitch.send message to chat. Let's see, shout out user and make announcement. Trying to make things a little more class based. So this dot send post request. Inspire ID. Promise response. Makes you responsible for taking care of this. And then broadcaster ID. Send post request. So this is make announcement. Twitch.shoutoutuser. Twitch.make announcement. Just add dot then. I don't actually care about the value. We'll go ahead and also do that. Get This is in get request, get chatters. Twitch.send message to chat. Okay, so let's see. We have Twitch, get chatters. Some more of this could probably be moved around. Handle chat command. Handling the subscriptions. Then in here, we need Twitch. Twitch.send message to chat. This way we can actually access it. Then I don't care. Sand. Website. Cool. So that's all done. Overlay socket server. This could probably be a switch case, to be honest. Overlay client add WebSocket. Try to replace all of these with my user ID. Oh hey, the shout out and the announcement actually works too. Handle auto shout out. Shout out user. This is where I should use the then. This is where I should do this. Make the announcement after doing the shout out. Okay, let's see. I need to deal with that. We so far have 4 people who've gained XP. Oh, I feel like I'll just leave this as the mess it is now. Until I add like a whole bunch of events, then maybe. This maybe could use some work. Alright, what is the errors inside of here? You just need types. npm install at types. Alright, why is this still error? Because of this. Argument of type raw data is not assignable to parameter of string. Shush. There's no issues with what I've done here. Alright. In doing this command stuff, I really felt like I was making a Discord bot. Because I kind of did something similar for Discord bot. I didn't do this weird stuff with like this, but like I definitely did the whole each command is its own class and it has execute. Although I don't think I did TypeScript, so I don't get all this like extends stuff. I don't think this exists in normal JavaScript. the decorators. I think that's TypeScript only. I could be wrong though. JavaScript decorators. Wait, these are actually real in JavaScript? I didn't... Target. Key and descriptor. So key is the name of the function. Interesting. I had no idea this was a thing in pure normal JavaScript. I just thought those were TypeScript. Okay. Well, that's quite interesting. You learn a new thing every day, I guess. This feels so wrong. Why are these a thing in JavaScript? Oh my goodness. Alright, I'm gonna take a break. I will be right back in a few minutes. Alright, I am back. Okay. Let's see. Okay, I guess I might as well commit all of this. Um, reorganized things. Made. If I can, wow, I cannot type today. A commands base class and auto magic. Adding to system. Made Twitch class for Twitch API calls. Okay, commit anyway and push. Alright. So, I think I'm probably gonna call it the end of the stream. Not quite yet, but I'll recap everything I did at least. So today I've got the command stuff set up and some nice code here to handle making commands their own classes. I've cleaned up index a little bit. I also made types for different notification events from Twitch, just to make my life a little bit cleaner in here. I fixed the auto shoutout thing, that's for sure. I also got the database working. I guess I closed the thing, but I also got XP going, so we track that now. I've made the overlay a little bit better. I can run the credits, even though they don't do anything right now. And I've made my controller panel, which is probably a bit hard to see, but I can, reload the controller, show and hide people viewing, run the credits. I can send a message, I can see the chat. That's about all I can do from the controller right now, but later, more stuff to come. Alright, so I think I'm gonna call that the end of the stream. Thank you all for watching. Let's see if there's anyone I can raid out to. Raid a channel. Let's raid Hypnotic. Don't forget it's Dad Joke Saturday, so the first message you send has to be a dad joke. Alright. Thank you all for watching. I will see you all later.